And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to introduce the official sports today. Representing the International Skating Union, please welcome the referee of the event, Ms. Tanya Aristide. Judge number 1, Ms. Yerevan Latvia. Sorry, judge number 1, Mr. Efe South Africa. Judge number 2, Ms. Lynn Canada. Judge number 3, Ms. Patricia Morris, Australia. Judge number 4, Ms. Yerevan, Latvia. Judge number 5, Ms. Kazakhstan. Judge number 6, Ms. Oksana Novakova, Ukraine. Judge number 7, Ms. Salome Chilokidze, Georgia. Judge number 8, Ms. Julio Japan. Judge number 9, Ms. Amelia Seven, Sweden. Also, officials from the International Skating Union, Efe Gunes, Ms. Ula Fei. Technical specialist, Mr. Yerevan. Technical specialist, Mr. Kyrylo Marsak.
Welcome back to the Volvo Sports Centre for the third and final day of competition here at the Riga Cup 2022. And yesterday we saw the women's and the pairs competitions be decided, and now we look ahead to the men. And in the first two Junior Grand Prix of the series, Japanese men were golden, with Shunsuke Nakamura winning in Courchevel and Nozomu Yoshioka winning last week in Ostrava. And after the short programme, Japanese skaters find themselves in second and third place, but it is Italy's Nikolaj Memola who leads the field with a huge 13-point lead. Stay tuned to watch Nikolaj and 27 other men compete in the men's free skate. We see here some sights of the beautiful city of Riga, which is home to some of the best junior figure skaters in the world, and the Latvian Skating Association and the local organising committee welcoming the International Skating Union family here for the Riga Cup 2022. And we'll shortly get to see the Volvo Sports Centre, which has hosted lots of international competitions in this prestigious event on the Junior Grand Prix Series. I am Mark Henretti and delighted to be joined by Ted Barton, who is 8,000 kilometres away in Vancouver.
Welcome, or good morning. I think it's good morning. I'm not sure which day it is. 1 a.m. here. 1 a.m. here on the west coast of Canada in Vancouver. Always great to work with you, Mark, at the final day of competition here in week 3, and really looking forward to this free skate of the men. Let's take a look. Here are the officials for this event. We thank them for all the time and commitment they've made to their careers to be able to judge at this international level. Now a look at the technical panel. So, Mark, assuming that the weather is good and you're all ready to go and get a couple weeks off between this event and, of course, we'll meet each other again in Gdansk in week 1 of Gdansk, Poland competition.
Yeah, really looking forward to working together again on site, but it has been amazing to see how clever the technology has been for us to be able to deliver the commentary both here on site and with you remotely on the other side of the world.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And I was talking to some of our crew, and they said, it just sounds like you're sitting right beside them. And so we're thrilled that this has been able to work and provides, I think, some really nice options moving forward for both junior and senior events or any type of skating events around the world to have the type of technology and a lot of fun. I like being by the rink. I like being there. And I like working with you directly there. But if short of that, this has worked out pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, as we've touched on in some of the other events, I've done the commentary remotely before, but not been on site. So for me, coming into it with a kind of flip side of what you're experiencing this time, and I have to agree with you that to be on site and to get to connect with the athletes and the coaches, and even this morning getting to chat to some of the team leaders, it's just really interesting to hear the stories of all that are involved. And you mentioned, Ted, the judges too, because they too have given up so much of their lives and all of their free time to be able to officiate at this level.
Yeah, well, you're fantastic. You're kind of a social, I don't want to say social butterfly, but you're kind of a social guy, and to start to have a great conversation with people really easily. I'm a little bit more, I don't know, awkward. I'll put it that way, and a little bit more shy. And so it's just perfect. You open a conversation and find out some information and give some inspiration to these young athletes, and that's so wonderful. And I think they really like it as well. I think they like having input and discussions with yourself and myself when we're there on site as well.
Well, it's interesting. I'm not saying this just because you're here, but I've had conversations with people before I was involved in the Junior Grand Prix production, where people have just remarked upon, oh, Ted's such a nice guy, Ted's such a great guy, and we so enjoy listening to Ted. And I think, well, that's obviously nice for you to hear, but what's wonderful about that for the sport is that then it makes the skaters feel a little bit protected, a little bit supported, a little bit reassured, knowing, okay, I'm going out for judgment, but there's somebody that's going to have my back.
Well, you told me a really important story, as for the folks listening around the world. Mark said one of the reasons he wanted to be involved in this is because we are positive and supportive, and as everybody should be in any of the cases, but because when you were skating yourself and people commenting on you, and in that era, not blaming anyone, it was just that era, is that they were pretty brutal on the skaters, and not thinking about where they are in physical and psychological development, and not choosing the words wisely, being more critical. That's the way it was in skating before. It's not blaming anybody. It was just the era. And that resonated with me, that we are doing the right thing and that we are trying to help really support these young skaters. And that's why I think when we're there on site, to have a discussion with them so they feel safe that, hey, listen, I know I had a bad skate. They can have that open and honest discussion as opposed to fear of being criticized or judged.
Completely. And yeah, it was quite a pivotal experience for me when I competed at an IAC championship and then came off the ice and thought I'd done okay, and then to me it was an okay experience, and then it was somewhat marred by the experience of the commentator. And I think on the back of that helps me to try to represent the skaters well with you, Ted. But what I would also, almost like an open call, we've asked for questions from those that are watching the event, almost like an open call to the skaters. And maybe this is something that I would want to reiterate throughout the rest of the Grand Prix series, is an open call to the skaters and the coaches please do give us feedback, because I can go online and kind of check out what the skaters have been doing on their social media or see the ISU biographies, but that's just words on a page or words on a screen, and sometimes it's wonderful just to get a little bit more intel, and then that helps us better understand maybe if there isn't a great skate, or even if there's a great skate and it means something huge to them because they're dealing with other stuff that we don't get to hear about otherwise.
Yeah, that's a good point. We encourage all the skaters who are listening that who are involved in the Junior Grand Prix is tell us your story. Ask us some questions and give us some feedback, because we want to be supportive and have some fun. We really want to have some fun and make this an enjoyable event to watch and to listen to for a whole variety of different reasons. So, no, it's great, and I think your story, when we first met in Courchevel and sat down and talked about the philosophy of the Junior Grand Prix and the approach that we would like to take, and you were telling me about your experiences, I thought, oh my gosh, that's horrendous that you would fear to listen to commentary on your own skating because of what the potential of what people or how people would describe, and I think it's so important as we take a look at the start order for Group 1, currently on the ice just in the last minute of the warm-up. So thanks for that input, and that's why I really like working with you. I feel comfortable I'd rather be there, but if I'm not there, I think the Junior Grand Prix is in very good hands when you're covering it. So thank you very much for all that.
Teamwork and dreamwork. And
not that I own it. I don't own it, but I've invested a lot of time in it, and I'm so pleased that it's worked out really well. So here we go, day 3 of week 3 in Riga, Latvia. Next up, week off, and then we move on to Yerevan, Armenia. Final words from the coaches. Encouraging, just enjoy this. Let's see if we can improve. 13-year-old Ratmirs Bekisbajevs from Latvia. This is his first Junior Grand Prix season, just a young man, and gaining experience here. It doesn't really matter, what the result is. It matters to get out on the ice, skate the program, and learn a little bit about that experience.
Ratmir will skate to Can't Pretend by Tom Odell.
Well, starting the competition today, 13-year-old Ratmirs Bekisbajevs from Latvia. And Mark, I thought this young man did a great job. He's at the level of doubles only, no problem. Went up and down the ice and knocked off that list of elements. So really good job there. Lots of work, of course, to do with arms and posture, flexibility, and refining positions. But nevertheless, where he's at with his development, great job.
Yeah, and he popped the double axel in the short program, and he looked really despondent after the short, so he'll be delighted to have managed 2 double axels here in the free skate. And as you say, Ted, obviously still early development stage, but there was I thought he was pretty invested in his emotional commitment to the, big piece to skate to Tom Odell. It's passionate, and there were moments when you could feel like he really sensed the music. And
well, I like where the coaches are going with this young boy is to not only teach the technique. There's as we look at the double axel and the double toe loop, that was well done, and double Lutz, good speed coming in. Has to do a 310. Looks like double. No, I'm not going to put the double toe there. Just change his mind and into a triple Salchow attempt, kind of rip the takeoff as opposed to lifting. But nevertheless, they're still working on this young man and his expression. And although it's not maybe coming from the heart yet, you could see some upper body movement. So some nice work being done in that area. Good coaching job with a 13-year-old young man just learning to compete here. And
because Riga is the host nation for this Junior Grand Prix event, it does allow the host nation to enter more competitors. And so Ratmir potentially getting the opportunity that he might not have otherwise had. And now it's just framing that in a really positive experience. He's had the chance to compete, knowing that he's maybe not technically up to compete with some of the others, but just a great opportunity, great experience, great exposure.
Well, that's all part of, and that's the thing about the Junior Grand Prix is you're allowed to dip your toe into the shallow end of the pool. It might be a little chilly, but you start to get into the water and then slowly start to work your way towards the deep end, which might be seniors, right? So you just have to start your experiences somewhere, and this young man did that here at home in Latvia, and a big smile on his face and the kiss and cry, and pretty happy with that performance, and so he should be. Really nicely done.
What an analogy there, Ted. Love that. Dipping your toe into the cold part of the pool.
Yeah, I don't know.
So true.
I just came up so quick. Like 61.30, and here's the flower young lady. I think she's the most famous one here. And that's obviously the first skater out the competition, 87.60 for Ratmirs. Great job. Well, our next competitor, Dhiyab Aldarmaki from the United Arab Emirates. Well, skating to the great music from the 1980s, Earth, Wind & Fire, one of my favorite bands when I was a lot younger. Dhiyab Aldarmaki from the United Arab Emirates. And Mark, we've seen Dhiyab skate in Courchevel, of course, here. And even though there were some mistakes here, you know, a fair number of little mistakes, there was some improvement as well. I felt more comfortable, that he was more comfortable on the ice.
Yeah, and that choreography sequence, I think there's a slide in there akin to what the ice dancers use that we hadn't seen in Courchevel. And total respect for Brian Orser. Oh, what a great coach he has. And I actually found that the interpretation at the beginning, some of it was just brilliant. And he's got David Wilson listed as his choreographer, but look at that commitment there.
Yeah.
You know, that takes courage and bravery to commit to that, and he did it perfectly well.
Yeah, and I just back a little bit to Brian Orser as we watch Dhiyab come down for his opening double Lutz, I think it is here, is for Brian to work with so many Olympic champions and help create them and whatnot. He works with all levels of athletes, and what a great, you know, what a great coach Brian is, because it's not about just the elite. It's about people who have a passion and commitment to the sport, whatever level they're at. He will work with them. Doing a great job on that. Here's the triple toe loop that we saw. Looked pretty good in the air. He's been working on that. Hasn't delivered it in competition yet for us. Going to the triple flip, of course, is under rotated on 2 feet, but he's starting to work on the basic mechanics of the jumps. There's the double axel, no problem. With the double toe loop, good fight on the landing there.
And you can see this not fundamentally wrong technique. A little bit short there also on the triple salto. Nothing fundamentally wrong, just time. And again, as we've seen with some of the competitors in the women's event, a skater from the United Arab Emirates, that's not a country that has produced lots of skaters, so still developmental stuff. But this, the choreography sequence, the Ina bar, the hydroglide there, choosing to do some movement, and this was so cool. We're not going to see that from anybody else, so kudos and props to him and the choreography team for coming up with something that is a little bit different.
Yeah, and you know, there's Brian in the kiss and cry, and working with Dhiyab to enjoy the experience. I mean, that's the big thing, because you know, if you're inexperienced basically, and you're up against other competitors, you have to enjoy your own experience, and the coach helps you do that. You can see Brian smiling and encouraging him through that performance, and it'll be interesting to see how Dhiyab continues to develop under Brian's tutelage.
Yeah. And I mean, just the awareness, like you say, not just the technical success of what happens on the ice, but the holistic approach to the human. I just so much respect to see Brian here supporting athletes at all levels. It would be easy for a coach like Brian to only be invested and interested in the very elite, given what his success stories have been in the past, but interested in all, supportive of all.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Dhiyab Aldarmaki, the United Arab Emirates at 49.60, second in the free with an 83.41 for the competition. And Dhiyab will be currently in the second place, second skater out in this event. Well, our next skater comes right from here in Riga. Antons Trofimovs from Latvia, 17 years old. This is his second season. He's 26 after the short program.
And Anton will skate to Keeping Me Alive.
17-year-old Antons Trofimovs from Latvia. Mark, really like that sideways slide near the end of the program.
Yeah, fantastic. Like a hydrogliding slide. And again, that's something that's new this year, that the skaters have to do a choreography sequence and they have to use two recognizable skating moves, and the hydroglide is listed as one of them, and he made that his own with a kind of slide part of it too.
Very cool, going straight down the ice more or less rather than on a curve. Lots of challenges today for Antons. He had 4 falls throughout the program. What I liked about his effort here is he didn't give up on the triples. This is a learning ground. You get out there, you try the stuff that you're learning. It doesn't look like he does these jumps perfectly clean even in practice yet, but he's doing them well enough to be able to stand up on them. Did stand up on 4 of them, but got the triple salchow late in the program. Kept on trying to accomplish that goal.
And just to give like a concept for where this athlete comes into this event, he competed at the Kurbada Cup, which was in this venue in April of this year. And at that event, he didn't attempt the triple lutz, which is more difficult, and he did go for 2 of them here, and he didn't land a triple salchow. He fell on both of his attempts at that event, and did stand up on 1 here. So, yes, frustrating, disappointing, but looking back at his past history, he didn't go for the likes of the triple lutz, which he's done 2 of attempts at here. So, still positives to take away.
In that second attempt, actually the mechanics of the takeoff were just excellent, just not high enough and not quick enough in rotation, and not enough experience yet to check out of the jump on a big lean on that takeoff of the loop. But, you know, this is work in progress, and a lot of construction going on in this young man's development and the skating. But, you know, as with building a building, it doesn't look very good in the beginning, but it starts to take shape along the way, and all of a sudden you start to see beautiful architecture. And I think you'll see that in this young man in time as he gets comfortable with growing and gets a little bit more coordinated and a lot more experience.
Yeah, and for many of the skaters, landing the jump in practice is one thing. Here's that slide.
Yeah, cool.
Landing in practice is one thing, but then it takes time to then get a level of consistency and comfort to do it consistently in practice, and then the next stage is then having that landed in the context of a program, and finally under the pressure of a competition itself. So, like you say, building blocks.
Yeah, and you know, just being learning to skate and then learning to do the jumps and the spins and having fun in practice session. When you step into the competitive arena, it is completely different. You might as well take your skates away. It's a whole new skill that you have to learn to apply it in a pressure situation. Let's take a look. The free program scores for Anton's 47.85. That's third in the free program, and 84.89 for the competition. That'll put Anton's currently into second place. Looks a little dejected, but this is just a learning process and never comfortable to go through. It's not actually a lot of fun at this stage. It gets more fun as you start to accomplish those elements that have been a challenge along the way. That's still yet to come for Antons. Well, Nicolas, 17 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. Last year was 17th in Ljubljana Junior Grand Prix. This is a very nice young man learning to skate and compete on the Junior Grand Prix.
Skating to Trainwreck by James Arthur.
17-year-old Nicolas Van De Vijver from the Republic of South Africa. Nicolas looking a little bit disappointed with that skate. Let's talk a little bit about his skating, because I've watched him over the past 2 seasons. I love his stretched out, reaching out in performance. So much improved from last season. So much power and passion. Improved basic skating skills. Short on successful repetition in practice, I would say. You need to be successful at almost an 80% rate in order for that to be automatic in competition, even if you're a bit nervous. So if your percentage of success in practice isn't at the highest level, it's hard to replicate that in competition. I kind of saw that in his skating here. So powerful and so strong, but not totally organized and coordinated yet.
Yeah, the words that I had written down too, Ted, passion was one and speed another, and positive to draw on. And interestingly, chatting to his choreographer, Luca Demat, who is with him now, he was just giving further backstory on the challenges that are faced. And his coach, Lisa Stigant, works with him back home, but it's so expensive just to get here. So his coach isn't here, and then the ability to have the program choreographed, that was done online. So Luca worked on WhatsApp with them. So it just gives you, again, backstory and awareness of how much more challenging it is for some of the athletes to prepare to compete at this event. It's not like Nicolas has the chance to work with his choreographer on a regular basis or even in person.
Yeah, that's an amazing story to choreograph online, but and good for Luca. He also Luca works at a ISU Center of Excellence, and we thank him for all his work on a number of those videos that you see, in fact, as well. And to be creative and innovative and help developing countries in skating, to work with them online, outstanding. And this young man, Nicolas, is so kind and so nice, and I see improvement, but it's a difficult road because you don't have as much ice time, and certainly you're not surrounded by as many skaters as well. So it's a bit of a challenge, but that's what it is on the Junior Grand Prix.
And as you say, the ISU doing a great job, and indeed Nicolas given a scholarship to train in Bergamo at the Centre of Excellence there. So there's support and there's desire from so many sources. So many people want to see this lovely young man succeed. And I saw him at breakfast this morning, and he just gives out good, positive energy.
Yeah,
he just has a good vibe about him.
Yeah, you kind of could just hang out with him and chat with him. He has a really interesting look on life, and he's very articulate. And you can see the desire to master this sport in him. He's got it. The passion's there, and it's elusive at this time, right? More successful probably in practice, but it's elusive in competition, and that's always a little bit frustrating.
Absolutely. But you can just see the reliving. You can't buy it back. That's the challenge.
Yeah, and a strong, really strong young man. But that strength has to be used with timing. In pair skating, thinks, oh man, the man must be so strong. They lift the woman above them and blah blah blah. It's really timing. Strength is important for security, no question. But strength doesn't do it alone. It's the technique and the timing of things that work. So when it comes to a jump. And I remember what it was like for myself. I was also a rugby player, so I just thought, just throw yourself. You'll be fine. But it's the timing, the technique, and the organization of the body parts that make it work.
I'm just thinking about myself. I wasn't a rugby player. I wasn't necessarily strong, and I still just chucked myself into some of the jumps. So, yeah, easy.
Well, I think the brain just went, faster, higher, huck yourself, and it'll work out somehow.
Hope for the best.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but, it takes... That's why I think people fall in love with the sport as skaters. Because it's so difficult. It's so many failures, thousands of failures for every success that you have, that when you get that success on an element that you felt was impossible before, it's such a joy. Yeah. You say, okay, what's next, right?
Absolutely.
And it's addictive.
Yeah, and I mean, gosh, if you think about the acquisition of a new jumping element for every one of the skaters. So Nicolas here, we know he can do triple toe. We saw that in the short program. Maybe working some of the other triples. When you land the next new triple, the elation of landing a new jump is oh my gosh, it's like a drug. I don't know what it's like. What drugs are like, but I imagine it is.
Again, so it's such a great, exhilarating feeling when you've accomplished something you thought previously was impossible. Yeah. I love Nicolas doesn't cry. He was moving his hands around like an Italian. He's working with an Italian gauge. Come on, what's
This choreographer is having an impact on him, both on and off the ice.
Exactly. Here we go. Scores for Nicolas. 56.45. That's second in the free program. The total competition score of 93.74 for Nicolas. That puts him currently in first place. Listen, young man, you've got lots of ability, tons of passion. Keep working. Keep chasing that elusive feeling of confidence in competition. It's just time and experience will take you there. Our next competitor comes from Lithuania, 15-year-old Daniel Kovalenko. This is his first Junior Grand Prix season, so new experience for this young man as well.
And Daniel skates to Way Down We Go by Kaleo.
Well, 15-year-old Daniel Kovalenko from Lithuania. You know, interesting, Mark, because as I watch this young man skate, I sort of saw the next stage. We were looking at Nicolas from South Africa. This young man is a little bit more now coordinated on his jumps. You can see there's more, although he's a very strong skater, there's better timing and technique on the takeoffs, more consistency on that, and some interesting moves as well throughout the program. Posture's okay. Some work on the hands. You can see the hands just sort of hanging off the end of the arm. A little work in that area.
Yeah, and I suppose what's wonderful in the free skate is we do get to see almost the time commitment and development of the athletes. With each passing skater who had more success in the short program as we go through the competition, we just see, like you say, Ted, a little bit more coordination, a little bit more time and development going into the athletes. And just, I think, interesting.
It's such a... So go ahead.
Sorry, just to see I think that the flip took off a pretty clear outside edge. We're having a few issues with the replay, so unfortunately we can't bring you the rest of the replays, but the triple flip for Daniel just coming off an back outside edge as opposed to the required back inside edge. So still some technical stuff to be worked through, but he will get, although you can't see it in the replays, he will get a PDF result after this, and that'll give him all the feedback that he and his coach need to move back to the training rink and work harder.
But I really like the stage of development this young man is at, because with the earlier young men skating, you could see that the strength was there and the desire was there, the passion and performance was there, but the coordination wasn't quite there. This young man was a little bit more coordinated on the takeoffs, as I said, so a little bit more consistency there as well. But you know, I remember the feeling of skating when I'm watching these young men, because it's so hard when you have the strength and you really want to do it, but you're not quite sure how to do it, right? And you just get a little frustrated at it. But this is part of the process. Even Yuzuru Hanyu didn't start skating like he ended skating. You know, you start with a struggle and you start in a learning curve. And we all didn't see him necessarily when he was young. So this is just part of the process, and it's shown here on the Junior Grand Prix. Most skaters in our era were never seen unless you were right at the senior national level. So, you know, people didn't see your development process.
You know, that's the thing, and I suppose now it's wonderful that we've got the Junior Grand Prix on YouTube and all of the access that the skaters have both on their social media and on YouTube to seeing the world's best. You see that, they want to replicate that, and they see the end goal, but then it's like for the jumps, it's the backspin exercises, it's the off-ice band work for the way that your arms fold in, all that stuff. You don't see that in the competition, and so the skaters see, oh, I want to do triple H, triple toe. They don't necessarily know how many stepping stones that they have to be to get to that end goal. Yeah, and they watch it and they go, well, that looks easy. Right? when you're watching Yuzuru or one of the top skaters, you go, well, that looks pretty easy. That's pretty simple, right? Then you get your body to try to do that, and you go, yeah, that's not so simple. Right? It just takes years. A Yuzuru Hanyu quad loop looks like a piece of cake. I remember those years of struggle and development and disbelief and then victory. Yeah. It's all very cool, the journey, that's for sure. 64.04 for Danielle. That's the first place free skate with a 102.05 for the competition. That'll put Danielle currently in the first place. And you know, it's interesting when we watch them in the kiss and cry and we see them, their facial expressions, and you wonder what's going on in their head. You hope that they keep themselves grounded and say, okay, that didn't feel really good, or I'm disappointed with this, but I made some progress in that, and I'm still really love what I do, right? So you hope that they just keep things in perspective for that long journey. And also I think that the skaters, as we see the next group of men take to the ice, there's so much accomplishment in just going out there. It'd be interesting to hear from those watching, but the concept of going out there on an ice surface that's as large as this in front of a panel of international judges and putting yourself under that scrutiny, it's that in itself, total props. And any parent watching their child going out and putting themselves through that has to be hugely admired for their bravery. Yeah, absolutely. We talked about the parents. I have such huge admiration. My daughter actually skated and competed, and I know what I felt. Being a person in the organization, I had to really be quiet, and was very quiet just from afar. But
there's something that comes over you as a parent because it's your child out there that, you're going, oh my gosh, do I ever feel helpless here? There's nothing I can do. And I know the parents go through that feeling as they watch, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite fairly chilled as a human, fairly passive with all communication, and yet if anything happens to my daughter, I find myself acting irrationally. So for the parents watching their child go out and compete and fall over, I can't even imagine how your heart would pound.
Oh, don't worry, Mark. If you ever get to that stage, we'll wake you up. We'll put you in your place.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
No, it's so difficult. It's just so incredibly difficult as parents, and I really admire parents will do that because that's what you do for your kids. You do whatever they want and whatever you can do to help them. That's for sure. And so when you're sitting at home, mom and dad, you're watching your young men skate on the international scene, and we salute you and we tip our hat to you and all that you've done for your kids, and we thank you for that. And these skaters, these people, they're fine people. These young athletes, particularly in the sport of figure skating, they're so well disciplined and kind, and comes from a great family home.
Absolutely. And talking of kind, good people, one of the skaters in this group, Connor Bray, was charitable enough to pass his skates over to Chiu Hei Cheung from Hong Kong, whose skates we can gladly and happily report have now finally arrived. He didn't have his own skates for the short program, but now they have eventually made their way to him, and that is wonderful news.
Yeah, I saw a picture of him opening his luggage. He was sitting on the floor in his hotel room, looking at getting the skates out in the costume. So, great joy there. But for Connor Bray to step up to the plate to help a fellow colleague and competitor in a difficult situation, good on Connor, and it shows his great qualities as a person.
Absolutely. And you kind of have to think now for Cheung from Hong Kong, he's got to almost readjust back to his own skates, having had Connor's on. Connor, he had the chance to skate a little bit in Connor's skates before the event in practice, and then obviously competed in them, and now his skates, while similar, will have to readjust to the alignment of the blade.
His feet are probably talking to his mind. Hey, can you make up your mind here? Give me something consistent. You're changing your feet on me here. Boots, it's too difficult.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that, it won't take long before he gets back to comfortable in his own boots.
And, talking of boots and the blades, which are so precious to the skaters, yesterday online somebody asked us how do the skaters transport their own skates, and certainly from where I am, you can't take your skates on as hand luggage anymore. The majority of the airlines dictate that they have to go in the hold, and that in itself is so daunting, because for each of the skaters, they will have used these same boots for months now in preparation. In the off season, they're likely to have got a new pair of skates, and they'll have spent weeks and months bedding them into a more comfortable place. And even the blade alignment is really important to them. A millimetre out, and it could feel totally alien to them.
Well, interesting here for Ostrava, our Canadian team now, Air Canada, allows the skates to go on the plane with the skater. So they actually gathered all the team from across the country into Toronto to make sure they fly on Air Canada over to Vienna and then bus to Ostrava. Okay. So to make sure that their skates were with them. But with other airlines not allowing that, so you have to really start to think about how you travel to your next destination should you want to have your skates with you, right? So sort of interesting dynamics, and you're right, different airlines have different policies, so it's always a challenge.
I wonder if that Canadian policy is because skating in Canada, everybody has a pair of skates, so maybe they're a bit more malleable and open to the transport of skates than they are.
I don't know. I think there was a time they didn't allow it, and I think there was a lot of complaints about that, and I figured, it's a figure skate, But I don't know what their decision-making process was, but, we were happy when they allowed it, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's such a fear. You spend all that money to get to a location somewhere in your country or around the world, and all of a sudden the equipment that you desperately need isn't there, and you're going, such a risk, financial risk as well. Right?
makes me feel, it literally turns my stomach, the idea every time that you get to an event and you get to the airport and you'd wait for your baggage to come on the cart around, and the longer you waited, the more anxious you would get, and it literally gives me tummy rumbles thinking about it.
Well, you can see that in international travel, all the athletes, or not athletes, all the passengers are just hoping that their luggage made it. And you add that to an athlete that desperately needs their equipment. It doesn't matter about skating. It could be bowling or, kayaking. You need your equipment. That's what it is. Here we go. Group number 2. After that kind of wide discussion we just had during the warm-up. All over the map. Well, from Germany, 17-year-old Artur May, first junior Grand Prix season.
And Artur will be the first of the competitors to use music by Ludovico Einaudi, and this will be a run.
Well, a very nice skate by 17-year-old Artur May from Germany. And now as we enter the second group of men in the free program, you start to see skaters with lots of power and strength, but more coordination on the takeoffs and on the landing, better skating skills as well, and that's what we saw here with Artur.
Absolutely, and Artur opened with that huge triplets or their triple salto, and I just wonder if maybe run-throughs in practice, it just looked like certainly the middle section of the program, the gas ran out of the tank a little bit, but huge potential, good quality.
Yeah, no, really good athlete. I mean, there's lots of refinement to work with here with the hands and the posture and whatnot. Still having maybe some small issues with the replays as we watch, but, you know, the strength is there and the coordination. You can see him not throwing his body. Timing is everything on the takeoff, so use the strength as required in time with all the body parts. And when that starts to work, it's less effort to jump and easier to get through the program. We saw that. This young man, big speed in that triple Lutz, Euler, triple Salchow. Nicely done.
Big drive up into the second part or third part of the combination, and he attempted to do the triple toe, just short of rotation on the second part of that jump combination. And this is where things unraveled a little bit. A fall in that triple loop, and then he went through a bit of a dark patch in the middle, and then I could hear his coach Ted, come on, or some sort of encouragement, and that seemed to catapult him back in to get those two double axels near the end. And this was good. The music's called Run by Ludovico Einaudi, choreographed by Joti Plitzowakis, an Olympian from Germany in ice dance, and you could see this running action throughout some of the choreography. So I wonder if the judges will click with that when it comes to giving the composition component score.
Yeah, I really like his choreography, his movement. He's got some work to do on flexibility and the use of the hands. The hands are still hanging and dangling off the end, and I know that's being really picky early on development in juniors, but you know that's the difference from a junior to senior.
Absolutely, and then the challenge then is for the skaters and the coaches. The coach is so conscious of the need to get the technical element score up, and sometimes in things like, although it sounds trivial, the hand alignment and the way that they hold their body can fall by the wayside, but the problem is if it's not developed early, it's a little bit harder to implicate when the habits are formed later on.
Yeah, I mean, the job of coaching and teaching these skills is just incredible. We should talk more about that at some point. Artur May from Germany, 86.26. That's first in the free program. Good job with a 129.55. So I think he feels pretty good about that free skate program. Some nice elements, executed challenges along the way. But as we take a look at the top 5 in the men's free skate so far. Our next competitor, final instructions of encouragement. He takes to the ice from Hong Kong, 17-year-old Chiu Hei Cheung, first junior Grand Prix season.
Chiu Hei will skate to 7 rings by Palladio.
Well, nice job by 17-year-old Chiu Hei Cheung from Hong Kong. Very calm and patient approach to his takeoffs. Nice movements with the upper body and working with the music on some portions of the program, Mark.
Yeah, and just massive admiration and respect. You know, the Junior Grand Prix is prestigious. It's a big deal. And so I'm sure for Chiu Hei, he would have been focused on coming to this event for months before, and then to arrive here and not have, you know, never mind your clothing, but to not have what you need to compete is just terrifying. So to then turn that around and still be able to go out and put himself through performance and still stand up in some triples, amazing. Yeah,
that was really, I had forgotten about the skates and short.
Yeah.
But you know, really, I thought, oh my gosh, this young man is skating really well. And, you know, he was just nice and patient and calm. He wasn't rushing and shoving and trying to muscle the jumps. Here's the double loop off the top of the program. Had some other nice elements throughout. And, yeah, it's an amazing story.
Yeah, and amazing also, like, even with the spins, this change sit spin coming at level 4, I like the illusion that he gives at the end for that difficult exit. Like, to have the balance point changing on the blade from Connor's skates to his skates will have felt just horrible, and still managing to get level 4 spins and good grades of execution as we look now at some of the choreography sequence. And this, actually, that drag, simple though that may be, that as a movement is something that elementary, something that a young, relative beginner skater could do, but it was perfectly timed with the music, and that's why the choreography sequence, I'm sure, as I look back, it got a base value, but certainly we've seen some with a negative grade of execution because of a lack of musicality, and that wasn't the case.
But I think the design of the program was intelligent for the level of skating that he's at, and that was well delivered and presented. Just take a look at the scores, 85.49. That's second in the free program for a total competition score 131.38 as he takes the lead. Well, right there is the young man who lent his skates to the previous skater to compete in the short program. Great show of sportsmanship. 19-year-old Connor Bray, 21st after the short program.
Connor skates are heightened by Naoki Sato.
Well, 19-year-old Connor Bray from Great Britain. Interesting to see if that last spin will be counted if it was after the time allotment. Doesn't look like it has a value in the system at the moment. I'm just going to take a look at that. There are 5 replays to be considered. Certainly a strong athlete and some nice elements done. Some work yet to be done on just stopping the rotation and very powerful and strong skater. Just working on the coordination, the timing of all the body parts on the takeoff and on the landings.
Yeah, Connor did have an injury at the first Grand Prix in Courchevel, and he struggled there coping with that. And so then you have to question just maybe if that's affected his ability to get the run-throughs done, and the signalling at the end of the program with being late in the music just maybe suggests he hasn't been able to do as many full run-throughs to better pitch musically and everything, and that'll affect the judges' component scores when it comes to the composition. But double axel technique, soft knees on landing, good flow.
There's that triple Lutz, which was, some parts of that were really well done, but the upper body movement took him back on the heel as we looked at the triple Salchow double toe loop. And then the flying camel, nice speed on that flying camel with the turnover feature. Pretty well centered as well. Grabs the blade. That's not easy. It requires flexibility. Then goes to a large circle, and the rotation slows that down a little bit.
And he didn't get the flying camel called in Courchevel, so I'm sure he was really desperately eager to get that here at this event. And Connor did spend some years training in Japan as well, and I think you can see that knee action, the triple toe that he has, is a glorious drawback and glorious flow out, but we can't hide from it. The time it takes to be competition ready, and so many run-throughs need to be done, and hopefully no injuries will be behind Connor. He can get more under his belt as the season progresses towards the next events.
It's so frustrating for the athlete wanting to progress as opposed to just staying the same with an injury. 75.31, that's third in the free program for Connor. The total competition score, 121.70, and that will put Connor overall in third place for the moment. Well, all the way from down under, from Australia, born in Wellington, New Zealand, Julio Potapenko, first junior Grand Prix event, 16 years old.
Skating to the Rhythm of the Heat by Peter Gabriel.
16-year-old Julio Potapenko from Australia. Some nice elements in that program. Powerful, covers the ice extremely well. Pretty fast spinner as well. Just as we've seen with some of the other skaters in the first two groups, just the refinement, like the hands. Once again, I know that's a small, picky thing, but if people are analyzing that around the world, how do you want to continue to improve your skater? It's posture, it's extension of the free leg, it's how you use your hands with your arms, just those small little details. Let's put that aside for a second, and there's some really nice jump technique, good power and speed and ice coverage across the ice mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Really conscious, particularly at the beginning of the program, not so much into the loop, but certainly into this triple salchow, that the ice coverage was really good, and that's the skating skills component score. You can see the speed now, back inside double three-turn entry, and lovely back outside edge draw back into the double toe after the triple salchow. So skating skills wise, that will appease the judges for the need to see flow and glide. For me, there was just choreographically and transitionally wasn't a lot of content. So when it comes to the judges giving it a composition component, they're looking for connection between and within the elements, and it may be a tactical thing for Julio and his coach to dilute the transitional content at this stage, because early in his development he just wants to get the technical elements that he can do done, and to add that increased difficulty in the transitions can be so much more tiring and fatiguing, and that threatens the chance of getting the technical stuff done.
No question. There's a whole shopping list of items that a coach has to teach through time, and which do you take in which priority. And so it's choices and it's strategy. And you can see some of the items for this young man will be left a little bit later for development, and some have already been handled. 82.95 for Julio Potapenko from Australia, third in the free program with a 130.17. That about Julio currently into second place. Well, another skater from Latvia, born in Riga, Kirills Korkacs, 15 years old, very first junior Grand Prix season, 19th after the short program.
And Kirill, his music by Guns N' Roses, November Rain.
Well, good skate for here at home in Riga from Latvian skater Kirills Korkacs, 15 years old. 7 replays in this program, so lots of work for the technical panel to take a look at the landings of some of these elements and some of the spins as well.
And there you get to see some of the home fans, and that's so delightful, and I think that certainly helped Kirill through the free skate. And we saw Nicola Van De Vijver, also of Latvia, skate brilliantly to place 5th in the women's event yesterday, and I think that the encouragement of the audience supported Kirill here too.
Yeah, so important, and really it's a double-edged sword skating at home. You're excited to do so, you're also a little nervous.
Absolutely. And this was big value. This triple loop or triple salto.
A lot of work being done in there. Second triple lutz, nicely done. You just want to polish up those landings, stretch the free leg, point the toes, nice posture, details like that. So important to move your skating, junior skating, into a mature senior skating, and that's years of work to have that transition. But certainly the athletic ability is most certainly there in Kirills.
Yeah, and a little bit passion here through the choreography as well. And if you look at the scores that the judges are putting in for Kirill, he's working in the high 4s to low 5s out of 10. So all of the skaters given 3 component scores out of 10, and Kirill halfway up the ladder in regards to that kind of skating skill quality. And he'll get to see some of the competitors that compete with the likes of Nikolaj Memola, who will be last to skate, working in the kind of 7s and 8s range. So that'll be motivation for him.
Yeah, and the difference there, if you were to compare the skaters back to back, you would see those refinements and those details. Pretty much, not always, but pretty much they're doing the same elements. But how well are they doing them, and what do they do between those elements is what makes the difference between a skater, in group number 2 versus group number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
or in this case, 5.
Yeah, all about the grades of execution and these fine detail, transcending just the act of what they're doing into how they're doing it.
Exactly, yeah. But, overall for Kirills, that's a pretty good skate. Seem pretty happy with that. So did his hometown audience, friends and family in the stands. And so he's exciting and feel good to get off the ice, and having done, for the most part, everything that you plan to do, sort of mission accomplished. And now you move on to, well, how do I improve that? And when's my next opportunity to showcase it in competition? Skating careers take so many years because there's so much to do. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Kirills Korkacs from Latvia. 84.47, that's 3rd in the free program. A pat of encouragement by the coach. 132.47 for the competition, and that put Kirill into first place. And smiles and hug and kiss and cry. A job well done. Yeah, whoa.
Hold on, Cowboy.
Slow down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There we go. So as we take an ice resurfacing break, Mark, we have the movie details coming up from you right now.
Absolutely. So stay tuned to see some highlights from Day 2's coverage. So we saw some great skating yesterday, and there's a highlights package for you to enjoy. And then we look to see some interviews with the winners of the competitions yesterday at the Riga Cup, with Kayla Smith and Andy Deng being the victors in the pairs competition. And then the final video for you to enjoy will be an interview with the winner in the women's competition, Korea's Jia Shin. So stay tuned for some entertaining footage, and then join us for the next 2 groups of the men in the free skate. The rhythm dance started the middle day of competition here in Latvia, with 14 teams from 12 different nations taking to the ice. Showing incredible courage following their recent training and life relocation, Ukrainians Maria Pinchuk and Mikita Pogorelyov improved upon their junior world rhythm dance score from earlier this year by a brilliant 7.5 points here to secure 3rd place going into tomorrow's free dance. Germany's Daria Grimm and Mikhail Savitsky were 5th at last season's Junior World Championships in Estonia, and they used that quality and experience to amass 63 points in their flamenco and tango rhythm dance, and 2nd place after the first section of the competition. Canada's Sandrine Gauthier and Quentin Thierrin were the surprise winners of the rhythm dance today. Despite no previous Junior Grand Prix experience, the 18-year-olds were dramatically impressive in their Pirates of the Caribbean performance and can boast over a 2-point lead heading into the final part of the ice dance event. North Americans continue to dominate the pairs discipline on the Junior Grand Prix series, with the results of the short program remaining the same following today's free skate. Canada's Ashlyn Schmitz and Tristan Taylor showcased broad performance skills with a complete contrast to their BG short program and a beautiful free skate to Just Be by Paloma Faith. Rewarded here with a bronze medal in Riga and 11 points in their first Junior Grand Prix. Teammates Ava Ray Kemp and Jonathan Elizarov scored the best presentation scores of the competition. An impressive synchronicity on their triple salchows helped earn them 81 points in the free skate and some well-deserved silverware to take home to Winnipeg. Last week's silver medalists in Ostrava turned that success golden here in Riga. Despite some falls, the Americans' overall skating skills and quality in pair elements guaranteed their first win on the Junior Grand Prix, and we look forward to their return in the Junior Grand Prix final later this year. Despite lots of movement in results lower in the standings, the top 3 competitors in the short program remained in the same position following the free skate. Japan's Ami Nakai attempted the sole triple axel in the free skate, and although she suffered some mistakes in her program, her smile lit up the arena, both in her Miss Saigon free skate and in the kiss and cry when she realised she'd won her first medal on this prestigious Junior Grand Prix series. America's Soho Lee kept Nakai at bay by 0.3 of a point following a free skate that showcased some amazing potential from the young 13-year-old. We look forward to this special talent being shown again on the series as she attempts to follow in the footsteps of last year's Junior World Champion and fellow American Isabeau Levito. The heavy favourite coming into the competition, Jia Shin, was a wondrous combination of both strength and finesse. A fall on triple loops couldn't hold her back given the fabulous quality of her program component scores, and we eagerly anticipate her next performance on the Junior Grand Prix in Gdansk in 4 weeks' time. Kayla Smith, Andy Deng, huge congratulations on your win here. Now, you are one of few skaters and few teams to compete in back-to-back events. So, where have you trained over the last week, and how have you coped with the emotional roller coaster of competing back-to-back?
Yeah, so we trained on Sunday in Ostrava, so we had a practice ice on Sunday, and then we flew over and we came early on Tuesday morning. We had a practice session then. So, yeah.
Has it been hard, Kayla, to come from that success straight into another competition?
Yeah, it's definitely physically and emotionally demanding, being away from home for that long. But I mean, it was a cool experience, getting all of our JGPs out of the way.
Done, yeah, and with the gold here and 15 points, and then a silver medal last week and getting 13 points there, you're virtually guaranteed to make the Junior Grand Prix final. So how proud do you both feel of yourselves right now?
Very good. Yeah, it's awesome. It's really amazing. Kind of just to be able to have that opportunity to kind of go and compete in front of everybody and be with the best of the best.
Absolutely. Now, it's 3 weeks from the Junior Grand, or 3 months even, from the Junior Grand Prix final. Now, I saw your coach earlier, and I think she has some pretty big plans for your training. But have you guys got any particular goals for the next few weeks in training?
Probably getting our triple twist and then landing triple throws more consistently on one foot, and then getting our jumps together again.
Plenty to work on. So just before I leave you, we've just got to acknowledge that, Kayla, you are everybody's favourite cheer squad member. If those watching haven't seen it, you are utterly amazing in the ways that you support your other teammates. So kudos not only for your wins here, but also for the support that you give to others. So well done to you guys. So good job, team. Well done, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Jia Shen, huge congratulations on your win here in Riga. You must be incredibly proud. And you are the current and reigning World Junior silver medalist. Did you feel any pressure coming into this competition?
주니어 월드에서 2등을 하고 나서 여기 대회에 오게 되니까 어떤 부담감이나 이런 거는 없었어?
큰 부담감은 없었고 그냥 부담감은 없었어.
She doesn't feel any pressure. Yes, she is strong girl.
She knows how good she is. That's wonderful. Now, your speed and ice coverage is just incredible, and we're really keen to know if that's been a particular focus in your training leading to this event.
너의 그 스피드랑 그 다음에 아이스 커버리지? 그러니까 여기 얼음을 활용하는 능력이 너무 뛰어나서 어떻게 그런 거에 대해서 훈련을 따로 하는지 아니면 그런 거에 대한 너가 생각하는 면이 있어서 그렇게 방식을 택한 건지.
딱히 훈련하는 방식은 없고 그냥 링크장 들어와서 스트로킹을 좀 많이 연습을 크게 쓰려고 연습을 많이 하는 것 같아요.
She doesn't have any special training or whatever, but when she do start skating, like stroking, she focused on stroking a lot, so that she tries to be like bigger space and then more speed she can get. So that's what she focused on it.
Very evident in her amazing skating. Now, with a win here, you get 15 points, and we want to know now, is the next goal for Gia to try to qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final?
지금 이제 15점을 받았기 때문에 이제 다음에 만약에 경기 잘하면 이제 그랑프리 파이널에 가게 될 것 같은데 그런 거에 대해서는 어떤 생각이 있는지?
일단 그단스크에서도 좋은 성적을 내면은 이제 파이널을 나가게 될 텐데 거기 가서도 제가 연습한 거 다 보여줄 수 있는 연기를 했으면 좋겠어요.
Her next competition is Gdansk 6th Junior Grand Prix, so she will concentrate on that competition, and if she will get a good result, then she will be in the final. So that's her goal, to be in the final, and she will do more confidently at the final. That's how she feels it right now, and that's gonna be her final goal this season. Yes.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for your wonderful skating, and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The forward skaters may now take ice for 6 minutes swirl. From the United States of America, Kirk Haugeto. From Kazakhstan, Artur Smagulov. From Turkey, Efe Gunes. From China, Yu-Hsiang Li. From New Zealand, Yanhao Li.
Welcome back, everyone, to Riga, Latvia, day 3 of competition here in week 3 on the Junior Grand Prix. I'm one of your hosts, Ted Barton. Mark Hanratty is working ringside in Riga. I'll line up an interview we're hoping to get a little bit later today as the Group 3 men take to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. It's been an interesting first 3 weeks of the Junior Grand Prix. Of course, next week is off, and then we will start back in Yerevan, Armenia, and I'll be there covering that event. Mark will be off, and then we will move to Gdansk, Poland, where both of us will be there live on site. That's going to be a lot of fun for week 1 in Gdansk, and week 2 in Gdansk. Mark will be joining us remotely from home, and then week number 7 in Egna, Italy. What a beautiful spot, beautiful part of the world. I'll be there covering the final Junior Grand Prix of the season, and looking forward to that indeed. Such a wonderful part of the world. This will be our 3rd time in Egna, and always looking forward to it.
Thank you, Ted. I've been running around.
There you are, Mark.
I'm back, and I've been running around backstage. We're eager to see if we can convince one of these esteemed coaches to let us mic them up so that we can get an insight into what happens between coach and skater. But despite my best efforts, I've just been running around, and everybody's just a little scared to commit to it. So I keep being...
So as they see you coming towards them, they're going, oh, God, here it goes.
Well, no,
you know,
actually,
no.
And comically, it's been, whilst I've been here, it's been lovely, because I see people, they want to start chatting, they recognise, oh, this guy's willing to take the story of our skaters, but now they know that I'm after them for a different reason that might be a tidal wave of change as they run away from me.
Well, I'm going to have to see if I can find someone in Armenia that will do that. But it's awkward because they feel they may not be able to communicate with their skaters quite as freely as they would if they weren't mic'd up. And I think great job by Kathy Reed. That was absolutely outstanding, her work.
It?
And also with Brian Joubert, we appreciate very much their work. And I think people are just a little bit nervous, but when they start to see it, they'll say, okay, I get it. I'm just going to speak to my skater like I normally do. And let people inside the story, and it's so interesting. So I'll see if I can have any more success than you did in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was frantically running around to some of the preeminent coaches in the business and say, "Oh, hi Mark." I say, "Can I just?" And then they know what's coming, and then.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's been spread around amongst the coaches. Well, if you see him coming up a second time, it's because he wants to fight. Right? Anyways, it's interesting, really interesting insight, and good job on getting both Brian and Kathy.
I'm just hearing, Ted, in my ear that one of the skaters is having to use another's costume because their luggage hasn't arrived. So amazing to hear that. Well, not amazing, that's not the right choice of vocabulary. Gobsmacking to hear that yet again skaters' luggage and their missing luggage has been a factor, and good to know that there's been charity from others in letting them borrow it.
Oh yeah, another great story. But tell me the difference between, you said amazing, which you said no, it's not amazing, then you said gobsmacking. So I mean, what's the difference in those words? I think they're both the same, aren't they?
Yeah. Maybe I think of amazing as positive. Gobsmacking is jaw-dropping, not necessarily for the best reasons. And actually, it's this. I haven't got all the intel, but this is the costume worn on your screen now. Now I recognise it. That's the one that was used by the skater from Hong Kong. Now it makes sense to me.
Absolutely. Wow. Good research, Inspector Mark.
Well, piecing 2 and 2 together, but just great to hear that there's compassion, kindness, and charity from between the competitors. And obviously, everybody's here to try to do their best, and there's no doubt about it. Nobody wants to come and not win. They're inherently competitive, but good to know that they can see beyond just that and show great humanity as well.
Well, for sure, and I think that's a Junior Grand Prix sort of, is that type of environment. It's not the Olympic Games where your whole career is on the line, perhaps, in your professional career. It is, in the spirit of the Olympic Games, everybody comes together and helps everyone as best they can.
Yeah, and we touched a little bit upon the different ways in which skaters find themselves here and the support that they have to have, and maybe for some of the more developed skating nations they may get a little bit of support from the federation, the governing body, but for many of the skaters, and the majority I'm sure, they're at the expense of their families, and so then really important then that they're enjoying it, because it's not paid profession, it's a hobby and choice rather than obligation.
Yeah, absolutely. As we begin to close out the warm-up for this group, and we'll start to see some stronger skating skills. You know, the start order of the free program is the reverse order of the results of the short program, and that's why you generally see, as you move along in the free program, a little bit better skating skills, more difficult elements, and a little bit more refinement as we lead into the final groups, and you'll see mainly your top skaters in the event in that final flight. We're in flight number 3 here. 6 skaters now in the final 3 flights in each one of them. And there'll be one more ice resurfacing after the flight number 4.
Can't wait to watch the next skater, Ted. He was so entertaining in the short program.
Yeah, that's right. Just full of energy and personality. Look at that. He's just loving being out there. 13 years old. Kirk Haugeto from the United States. Very first junior Grand Prix, but he skates like he's been around for 25 years on the circuit. 18th after the short program mark. Let's sit back and enjoy this performance.
Absolutely.
Well, this young man is going to be a personality in the sport of figure skating for many, many years to come. Just 13 years old. I'm sure he's probably a child actor as well. I don't know. But if you want to be great at anything, then you have to be willing and love to take it all the way. And this young man's performance, forget about the jumps for a second, the spins, which are also very good, but the performance is absolutely incredible for the age of 13, Mark.
And you hope that he'll be able to maintain that level of presentation as he matures, and that innocent exuberance is allowed to be encouraged and developed, rather than, sometimes as a teenager gets a bit older, they can get a little bit more introverted, but I certainly do not hope that the extroverted...
I would find that shocking when I watch this right now, that this young man does not keep some... the personality will change. There's no question. It'll take different forms in the music that he chooses. Look, he's working with his mustache there, and he comes down the ice and does the triple Lutz. Lots of hand gestures throughout the program. There's the triple loop. Man, he skates with energy and fun all the way through this program. Great choreo sequence there.
Absolutely. That Russian split into the inside three-turn drag and the hydroglide, that's difficult content. And this was musically phrased as well. So an awareness of composition too, and then rotating the other direction within the knee slide. That's very difficult stuff. We're going to be attentive to the likes of the triple flip, triple toe, double toe combination, and that'll have an impact on the technical element score. But his components were difficult too. And I have to tell you, Ted, this guy on Instagram is at Under Armour is the best. That's his Instagram handle. He is hilarious. Such a character. Really entertaining on and off the ice.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a great career in skating, amateur skating, and professionally as well. So, skating audience around the world, make sure you follow this young man. He's going to be a lot of fun. It won't always be happy days, although I think it will be with this young man. He's just got a positive attitude, and man, can you imagine? He probably runs those batteries dry at the end of the day, and just doesn't get tired slowly, just passes out. Right?
I just feel like we have to respect his coach, Anton Nemenko, for taming the energy to be able to get those triples taught and trained.
Absolutely. Great job by the coach and by the skater as well. Let's take a look at the scores for Kirk. 94.05, 2 thumbs up. A little clapping there first in the free program. 142.17 as he waves to his team. Oh my gosh. Full of energy, this young man, as he takes over first place. That was fun.
Great fun. We won't forget him.
Well, the next competitor comes from Kazakhstan, Artur Smagulov, 15 years old, first junior Grand Prix season. 17th after the short program.
And Artur will skate to the music Hope and Legacy.
Well, 15-year-old Artur Smagulov from Kazakhstan, through all the jumps, uses the technique of the arms going above the head, and that used to be a feature. What it does a lot, many coaches around the world use that to straighten the spine, stretch the body in the air to be a little bit more aerodynamical to a certain degree, to rotate faster. But he lost partway through the program, sort of lost his center on that a little bit, but also some nice moves, Mark, choreographically, and you can see some connection with the music throughout.
Absolutely, and Artur finds himself, he got a big score, 48.96 in the short program, and that largely down to the really good grades of execution on the spins, as you see him disappointed there. Great grades of execution on the spins. He had an easier technical jump content in the short program, and based upon what he's planned for the free skate, he doesn't have some of the more difficult triples, but does have a lovely style over the ice, great flexibility, which was evident in some of the movement as well.
As we watch here, that was the one jump that his arms were in at chest level. There's, again, for a double Lutz. Geez, I guess the program, the jumps that I'm watching, the hands were always above the head. At the beginning, they went into the chest. There's a nice flexibility, great flexibility on that back camel spin, and here as well. And it's so difficult for young men. They need to work on that flexibility as they grow to keep it into seniors. And good back movement there as well in that Ina Bauer, and a sliding move straight down the ice as well. A little spread eagle coming into the triple toe loop with the hands above the head, then up into the Salchow.
And
Once
it's interesting
again,
because
demonstration of that.
Yeah, that amazing flexibility, and Artur has elements there within the spins, the back Bielman and the choreo sequence that few, if any, of the men will have, but he will be acutely aware of the need to include the likes of the triple loops, which he doubled here, and the triple flip, the rotation on that was weak, so he'll be conscious of that, and he'll return to the training rink to amass that technical difficulty before the next event.
You can see him a little upset there at himself. Those head shake put such a high expectation, 86.08 for the free program with a 135.04, and that'll put Artur currently into second place. Wears his heart on his shoulder, that's for sure. So he wanted to skate better than that. He's capable of it. We'll see that, I'm sure, in more competitions this season. Efe Gunes from Turkey, 16th after the short program, 17 years old.
And Efe will skate to music by the Arctic Monkeys.
Well, what a great skate by Ali Efe Gunes from Turkey. Technically, he smiled coming off the ice. That was mission accomplished here in Riga. And that was a very strong technical skate for this young man. Out of the 11 elements, there are 6 reviews. Just checking to make sure the rotation on all the jumps were complete. But overall, well done, Mark.
Yeah. Aliyev was just outside the top 10 at both of his Junior Grand Prix assignments last year, and laying it all down to try and creep up the standings here. As you say, big technical element score, lots of content delivered well, and left the choreography sequence to the end of the program, and his chance then to encourage the judges to give him the good component scores in addition to the elements that he did early on. 2 big combinations at the start, triple lutz, triple toe, and then we'll get to see that, and then the triple flip or the triple sacco, which those 2 elements, 20 points in the bag just with the first 2 jumping passes here. The lutz toe, no question on the rotation of that. A little bit swingy on the flip, a bit pre-rotated, not the best air position, but cleanly done on the sacco.
Great speed into the takeoffs, and in the case of the first 3 jumps, nice flow on the landing as well. Here's the second triple lutz, and breaks forward on the landing, has to step out of that jump, reducing the GOE, but strong athlete, and the coordination of the timing of the takeoffs pretty well organized today into the free program. And for most of these young men at this stage, that's what they want. They want to get the jumps done under pressure. He did. And then they'll continue to work on the development of the program components. And you can see this young lady with the men stepping away a little bit, sort of giving them the stuffies. She's been busy.
We've got to credit Aliyev as well, as we see the scores come up for his kindness in sharing his costume yesterday. 108.35, and a comfortable lead by some way at this stage. So well done on the result on the ice, and well done for his kindness to his competitor who he shared his costume with yesterday.
Nice job, smile and a fist pump. They're happy with that skate and that result so far. Nicely done.
Next representing the Chinese Grand Prix, Yu-Hsiang Li.
Yu-Hsiang Li from Chinese Taipei, 15 years old. This is their second Junior Grand Prix season, 15th after the short program. 125.30, earning that last season on the Junior Grand Prix.
Skating to Eleanor Rigby.
Well, that was impressive. You could see by the fist pump at the end of the program for 15-year-old Yu-Hsiang Li from Chinese Taipei. Mark, you know, there's a couple things. First of all, the elements were well done, nice clean program, but also reaching out, connecting to the music, listening and reacting to the musical phrasing. Really a nice job by Yu-Hsiang.
Absolutely, and he works with Jeremy Abbott, a 4-time US champion, and you can see that influence and some brilliant musicality. Didn't catch it on the replays, but there was a butterfly that was so perfectly phrased on music, and that connection and unity with the music should push the presentation components up to be higher than that which we've seen from anybody at this stage by some way. And it was interesting, Ted, because before he went out with his coach, and I think maybe Wen Chang Shi, that he was so calm, the coach was so calm and tried to really center his breath, it looked like, and just amazing that he did that and then channeled that energy here. You see the double axel there, did have it as a triple axel on the planned program content. Maybe a smart move to elect to go a little bit easier. Good speed and flow through the triple salchow. And he left the more difficult triples towards the latter half of the program. Big combinations like the double axel triple toe later to get that extra base value, 10% extra being in the second half of the program.
Yeah, nice job throughout. This young man was kind of in the zone, and nothing was going to take him off the balance position in the air, and right on top the landing foot. And you see right here that big fist pump filled with that program, because you know a clean program for the most part is very, very elusive. Yes. There's always a mistake here or something that you've missed, and so you walk off the ice focused on that, but not in this case. This young man recognized that he accomplished more than maybe he thought he would in competition, and that is a high, that's a thrill, that's an adrenaline rush.
Absolutely, it's really special. I think, you know, that athletes are so often, you know, a little robotic in their day-to-day life approach, so it's great to have these moments to celebrate and savor.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Yu-Hsiang Li from Chinese Taipei, anxiously waiting the points of what he felt was probably his best performance of the year for sure at this point. Now he's looking at the judges going, okay, what's going on? Let's go.
Confusion, I think. It was good. Reward me.
Is it that, what's so complicated? Let's put the scores up here.
Just looking back at his PB of 125 from last year, maybe that was when the triple axel was more comfortable. We'll see how it relates.
With 113 points today, that's first in the free program, not of approval by both in the kiss and cry, 164.71 for the competition. Yu-Hsiang Li from Taipei takes over first place. Well, 14-year-old Yanhao Li from New Zealand, first Junior Grand Prix season. Great experience coming all the way from Auckland.
And he had some superb qualities in the short program. Made a mistake on the technical elements with the opening triple lutz, and that's the planned first jump here.
Well, no question that Yanhao Li of New Zealand be a little disappointed with that performance, but let's talk about this for a second. Wonderful, wonderful skating skills, acceleration of flow across the ice, and really nice use to arms and hands. We talked about the hands a little earlier in this event. Very talented, highly skilled skater, which is in the process of learning how to compete.
Absolutely. If you'd stopped the program after the first two elements, I think the program component scores would have been in the high sixes, maybe even low sevens. His flow, his glide, the line that he makes, and that content difficult too, as well as great technique. The length and ice coverage through all the parts of the jump combinations was really positive. Just seemed to melt down. But this skater did compete at the Sea Open Trophy in Singapore last week, and you just wonder if that's had an impact. See the quality on the triple hitch, triple toe, and this was great. The triple flip, Euler.
Ice coverage. Amazing. Yeah, Mark, I think this is a very talented young man with a very bright future, and don't want him to get caught up in the mistakes that were made, the falls that happened, because what skills he has will take him a long ways as he continues to learn how to deliver under pressure.
Absolutely. You can hear there's a bit of a meltdown at that point. And that may be fatigue, that may be jet lag, but the work done on the creation of this quality of skater is in the bag. That's foundational work that he can bank upon. His style won't change now. His awareness of speed and flow won't change. That's secure. And now just competition experience and preparation. And I think real credit to his coach, Bess Cow, who's choreographed and coached something special.
Well, Yanhao, if you listen to this broadcast, please know that you have special talent. You're a unique skater. It's wonderful, wonderful qualities. Not your perfect day, that's for sure. That was obvious. But the basic foundation, absolutely excellent. Looking forward to watching you continue to develop over the next few years. And nice to see a smile. Great work by the coach in the Kiss and Cry. 97.54 for the free program. That's third. The total competition score of 151.54. And Yanhao Li, New Zealand. Remember that name. Remember this game.
Next to skate, representing Canada, Grayson Long.
Oh, Grayson Long, 14 years old, 13th after the short program. Lots of talent and abilities. First time out on the Junior Grand Prix.
Skating to Staccato's theme by Bernstein.
Well, lots of energy to that program by 14-year-old Grayson Long of Canada. And you can see the performance level this young man is developing under the guidance of Joy Russell there on the right of the screen, and Brian Orser. Some work still yet to be done, of course, and he's growing quite a bit as well, so timing can be off a little bit, but overall, pretty good program, Mark.
Well, to me, the musical phrasing, the musical structure of that was brilliant, and even little things like the flying sit spin, every feature was musically phrased, and that's such credit to a choreographer that's taken their time to really listen to the music before assigning the skater the content. Really brilliant. David Wilson, the choreographer for the free skate. And different style, completely different style to the brilliant short program that Joey Russell did. So testament to Grayson's ability to interpret different themes as we look at the triple lutz, Euler, and triple salto.
Yes, you really can't have much better support in choreography than Joey Russell in the short and David Wilson in the free program. Two wonderful choreographers, and of course great coach Brian Orser, the double axel, triple toe loop, and the triple lutz here as well. Just hung on to get that free leg back. And just as this young man gets a little bit more strength, a little bit more height in the jump, they'll start to really solidify, be more consistent. But you can see the energy and performance here in the choreo sequence.
And you can't see in the replays, or you can't hear in the replays the music, but every one of those movements was visibly on point with the music, and judges then will have to reward that in the component scores as well.
I love that little girl.
She
so just sort of hands it to the young man, you know, from a distance and say, "Okay, here you go." Well, it's great to watch Brian work with Grayson at the camp a little earlier this summer. 112.52. That's second in the free program so far, with a 167.60. A nudge of approval by Brian as Grayson takes over first place at this stage of the competition.
Great to see Brian here, but Brian definitely one of the coaches that I tried to corner to put the microphone on, and he said, "No, not for me."
No. Yeah. Yeah. I think they're just not used to it. In time, I think that they'll do it periodic. The Junior Grand Prix is a perfect place to do it. You wouldn't necessarily do it at the World Championship, but
I suppose, you know, as we've discussed with all of the influences and the inputs into the skaters, you know, the coaches are just so invested. We touched on it in the commentary yesterday about the investment of coaches towards the skaters, and they really will be living it. And I don't know about you, Ted, when you've put a skater on at a competition, but I am utterly exhausted when they finish their performance, and I've just stood still, but I feel like I live every step.
Yeah, it's one of those really odd feelings in life. I suppose it's like the same as your child when they go to university. It's letting them go. And I remember that myself with my daughter, and I was just heartbroken because I had no control. I didn't know what was going to happen. It was the next stage of life, of course. And as a coach, when you put the skater out there, and you've been a skater yourself, when you're under control of your own skating, and then you do all the work and the coaching, and then they go out there and you're going, "Oh my gosh, this feels so weird. I have no control." And it's really a challenging psychological experience for coaches, and they get exhausted. They eventually learn that they don't have any control on that, that their work is done prior to that skate, and they prepare them best they can, and they don't take it personally if the skater doesn't skate well on that day. They just go back to the drawing board and continue to work with them.
And I suppose that's what you can see in the likes of, I know we're referencing Brian a lot, but somebody that's had that amount of experience, then they can be a little bit more at peace with maybe the reputation and just the knowledge that they're not defined by it. Whereas, interestingly, I was chatting with some of the younger coaches that I maybe competed with that are here, and the likes of Roman Zaretsky, who's an Olympian in ice dance and very experienced competitor himself, and he said that he would rather compete than watch because it was so stressful because he had no control over it. But that's a newer, younger coach that is still getting used to, if not knowing the sport. They obviously know the sport, an Olympian like that, but certainly experiencing competition from the other side of the boards is a whole new ballgame.
Yeah, and once a young coach figures out that they actually they don't have control, but they have input. And if that input is timely at the right, in the right situation, then they have a little bit of guidance to help that skater succeed. And when the skater does succeed, the coach will know what they had said, when they had said it, and most importantly, how they had said it did have impact on that skater. So although it's not total control, it's certainly some guidance with some input.
Yeah, and you can, there have been times when I've heard coaches so desperately eager to help their student to succeed, and they've been maybe a little bit too impassioned and a little bit too intense, and that's no fault of their own, just I suppose learning opportunity, but you can see the impact that I've been on occasions where I've seen such desire from the coach freak out the student completely, and understandably, if not willingly.
Yeah, and the one thing that's interesting, we talk about this, but the skater will recognize automatically the body language of the coach. So if the coach's body language changes from practice session and training sessions to competitive session, then all of a sudden that can be disruptive. So the coach has to be really smart with making sure that they keep their own personal stress, if you will, under control, so that their communication with the athlete is calm and is consistent with what they do, perhaps in practice.
And their own level of acting, the coaches are sending their student out to perform and get big presentation component scores and be as expressive as possible, while the coach has to act in their own very different way of showing very little expression and just an element of calm.
Yeah, it's so interesting talking about this because people don't really know much about coaching figure skating. I don't mean teaching the elements, I mean coaching the person and why certain coaches are really good. Their information technically is not really different. It's how they go about preparing the athlete and how they manage them at a competition. And that's a particular skill that you need from inputting. You want a skater to be individual and innovative and independent. At the same time, you want to be able to guide them so they can use that in the most positive way. And that's such a fine science.
That takes experience as well. There's the initial learning of the skill set of what is required with, in this instance, the triple, quadruple jump spins and skating skills, and then this next layering of humanity.
Yeah, it's true. And we don't often enough talk about, we talked about this yesterday, about the business of skating and the coaching and whatnot, and I think it's a good discussion. It would be great to do a piece on that, but, just to make the audience around the world know that these skaters are guided and taught by their coaches who are very close to them, and it's a fine line between being friendly and friends. You can't cross that line, and you have to be supportive, but you can't do it for them. So it was said by one of our sports psychologists in Canada here many years ago that how did he? I gotta forget this now. I think he said, I gotta remember what he had said. It was really beautiful. I'll remember this, and I'll give it to you what I remember.
Well, we'd love to hear, though. I mean, maybe there are some people listening that have amazing examples of the relationship with their coach. We'd love to hear that. We'd love to hear from you. Please do get in touch with us on the social media channels and on the YouTube in the comments as well.
Yeah, all your questions and ideas and wisdom. Those skaters and coaches and parents out there that have had a lot of experience in the sport, pass that on and your thoughts on our conversation as we start group number 4 in the men's free program.
Bodenstein, he was third in the free skate in Courchevel, had a wonderful skate there. Not a great day at the office in the short program of the year.
17 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, as Mark said, a really good skate at Courchevel, 12th after the short program here, wanting to get back on track and finish his second Junior Grand Prix on a positive note. '17-year-old Noah Bodenstein from Switzerland, calm, controlled, concentrated. He was detailed in his movement. Noah was finally back on track here in the free program. He was determined to regain that confidence in performance that he lost in the short program. That was, for him, outstanding work.
Absolutely, and delighted to see him deliver what is now on the Junior Grand Prix being a very consistent free skate. He had 7 triples in the free skate in Courchevel in France 2 weeks ago, and I think another 7 triples here done as he's greeted by Coach Michael Huth off the ice. And not only 7 triples, but also completely different composition and presentation to that which we've seen from the likes of the leader Grayson Long, but equally brilliant.
You can see every movement. He was patient. He wasn't panicking about what was coming up. He was in the moment for what he was doing at the moment. And that's so important You keep your focus and your concentration right at the moment. Good speed coming in. There's a bracket up into the double axel. Good flow in the landing. So he wants to point the toe and stretch out a little bit. Lots of little things to work on, but on today, beautiful triple flip. Patient into the double axel. And there's the Lutz a little bit later in the program. So he was in the moment and in the zone. It's so nice to see, and as a skater, it's so nice to feel.
Absolutely, and you can see the same entry for both flips in the program. Maybe a little bit of long delay in preparation in the triples, but given the mistakes and the discomfort he felt or looked to have felt in the short program, I think it probably a sensible move to just spend a little bit more prep, and as you say, Ted, be patient. And then here within the choreography sequence, you could see him be free and liberated with the movement. Right, Benoit Richaud choreography.
Some really nice work in there, some nice detailed work. And I remember that phrase now for a skater, you have to do it by themselves, but they can't do it alone. So they need to have people around them. So you can't do it by yourself. You have to do it by yourself, but you can't do it alone. It's impossible to do all of this without the support of many.
And their coach here, Michael Huth, responsible for the likes of Thomas Werner and Karolina Kostner, so somebody who's definitely been there, done that, and knows how to help Noah to achieve even greater success.
And you can see Noah, again, calmly analyzing the program and knowing that, you know, you just take one thing at a time. Don't get too high or too low on yourself. Just stay steady, and he certainly did that in the free program here.
And it was 123 points that he got in Courchevel. Looking like it's maybe a little off that, but you could argue that potentially, like I said, there was maybe a little bit less commitment to the presentation, or maybe a little less attack, but that understandable after the limited time that he's had to prepare for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. But an improvement for him. He's going to walk away with a more positive experience with that free skate, no question. Free program scores for Noah Bodenstein from Switzerland, 117.12. That's first in the free program. The total competition score, 172.22. Noah takes over first place at this point in the competition. There's a look at your top 5 skaters so far in the men's free program. Second skater coming up in group number 4 from Canada, 16-year-old David Steingart, coached by Darlene Joseph, choreographed by Julie Bro, 11th after the short program.
And David, as part of his free skate, will use codename Vivaldi by the Piano Guys.
Well, there are many, many fine qualities in this young skater. 16-year-old David Steingart from Canada had a bit of a rough day in the technical office, but really good performance, engagement, has a lot of skill. Maybe not a lot of experience at this point, but you can see some really nice qualities. And as he starts to stabilize himself in competition, I think you're going to see this young man rise in the ranks.
Absolutely, and it was a really horrible fall on that triple flip. So total respect to David for coming back from a really nasty fall to then deliver again later on in the program and dig deep to find some technical element score. And what it's so hard when you've made a big mistake like that and wind's been taken out of your sails to then have the mental resilience to still commit. That's character building stuff, and I love the long back outside edge entry into the Lutz.
Yeah, huge triple Lutz, too far back on the landing of the triple toe loop, but has to take the fall. There's a nice triple loop. He's got a nice back, good posture. And then there's that difficult fall, sliding forward or backward and having to spend the energy to get it back up into the program. Carries good speed across the ice. There's a Wally with a leg kick up into the Mohawk triple Salchow. And a little forward on the landing, rough double loop. There's the triple flip again. Kind of working hard to get through that order into the double sow and double axel near the end of the program. So nice qualities, but some challenges in this performance. But this is his first experience internationally, and so this is lots to be learned and is being learned right now through this experience.
Absolutely, and interesting, looking back at results, I was looking at some results from years ago, and skaters that are now on the senior circuit that didn't have huge levels of success at Junior Grand Prix, but they used that as a stepping stone or a point in their trajectory which propels them to learn from it, and that's what's got to be done now. And it looks like the coach here will use this as a very positive experience from which he can grow rather than one that's going to deter him from moving forward.
Darlene Joseph, wonderful positive coach, encouraging and teaching these young skaters along the way. 105.93 for David, that's fifth free program. Total competition score of 161.27. That'll put David currently into fourth place. Bright future, lessons learned, experience gained here. Our next competitor comes from Georgia, Konstantin Supatashvili, 14 years old. First Junior Grand Prix season, probably second at the Junior World Championships last season. 10th after the short.
Konstantin will use music from the Pulp Fiction soundtrack.
Well, really nice job by 14-year-old Konstantin Supatashvili from Georgia. Nice energy and performance throughout the program. Really good spinner as well. Only one review by the technical panel indicating cleanliness of his jumps.
And well delivered on what is a difficult theme to go for, the Pulp Fiction choice, and judges will just assess whether or not that program was composed with the intention of delivering on that musical phrase. And brave choice, and he did it well. And as we saw from Georgian Inga Gurganitsa in the women's event, who was fourth yesterday, good jumping, all-rounded, very all-rounded skater. And interesting, Ted, that for the men, another 14-year-old. We're seeing lots of young men compete here as well in Riga as in the women's event. Often it is the women's event that you assume the youngest competitors are in, but lots of young men competing here today.
Nice setup on that back edge, but over rotation on the double axel, the triple lutz, reload, triple toe loop. Well done. Good flow here into the triple flip. A good basic mechanics and jump technique, and checking out nicely as well. So technically, he got through a lot of elements, didn't really have a lot of questions on any of the landings, so that was good, but also had a connection to the music, and 110.28 was his personal best, or is his personal best. I think you'll see him beat that score here today.
And I don't think Konstantin could have done really any more, and I'm sure that with his coach in the training rate, the triple axel and the quadruple jumps will be worked really hard in preparation for adding them to his technical element score in the future.
Free program scores for Konstantin: 118.98. That's first in the free program with a total competition score of 176.09. So first place for Konstantin Supatashvili from Georgia. He'll take the lead. At the moment, 9 skaters to come. Well, next up, the national junior champion of Sweden, 16-year-old Casper Johansson, third junior Grand Prix season, so lots of experience, 9th after the short. Well, really nice jump technique, great use of space around him for upper body choreography, and a pretty good connection with the music, and really solid jumps, good flow in and out, mostly throughout the program, Mark.
Yeah, and this indication as to why Casper was 6th at a Junior Grand Prix last year when he was competing in Courchevel, and great speed. And interesting, that opening axel, which was probably hard stopping for him, all the more impressive then, as he's greeted by his coach off the ice, that he was able to come back from that first element and then deliver so well later on. And this, the triple salto, he can do quad salto. I've seen on his Instagram, he's worked quad salto, and you can see that there's an openness in that jump to make that happen as you look at the triple lutz, triple toe, and then here the loop.
A really nice jump technique and great speed and momentum throughout the jumps, which carries flow on the landing as we watch him in the choreo sequence and upper body use with the arm and the head and reaching the space around him, not just staying upright. So lots of nice work there, and more to come, I'm sure, as he discovers and explores the possibility of further performance.
Casper's a tall skater, and as you said before, that these young juniors will be still reacclimatizing to their bodies as they develop and change, and total respect to him for pushing through, because it's really challenging to be competitive and train for events when your body's changing at a rate that you can't control, and he's done an admirable job of it.
Yeah, really, he is very tall, but he's very coordinated at this stage of his growth, and that's a really good sign for when that settles down and gains more strength. And he already has this feeling and connection with the music and is reaching out, as well as good jump technique. So lots of good signs there for the further development of Casper. You can see a very smiling coach in the kiss and cry, pretty happy with that performance, and a sort of a feeling and sigh of relief for Casper, back on track after the short and into the free program, going home with a positive experience to continue his season. Free program scores for Casper Johansson from Sweden, 117.66. That's second in the free program. Thumbs up from Casper with a total competition score 175.05. That'll put Casper currently into second place. So look at your top 5 skaters in the men's free program so far. Next up, from Ukraine, Kyrylo Marsak, 18 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season, 33rd at the World Junior Championships last season, 8th after the short program here.
He turned 18 on Wednesday and celebrated with a good short program. And now we hope the same for his free skate.
Well, some wonderful qualities demonstrated by 18-year-old Kyrylo Marsak from Ukraine, opening up with really a picture-perfect triple axel and going the rest of the way with wonderful technique, great timing, soft knees, and a strong upper body.
Yeah. For the jumps, the judges want to see very good height and very good length, good takeoff and good landing, and that was so evidently abundant. I love the airy openness of his jumps. And interesting, Ted, when I could hear that the audience was clapping and cheering, it reminded me that Kyrylo did actually relocate here at one point, obviously having to move away from his home in the Ukraine, and at one stage he was training here in Riga, and I think that's one of the local coaches that's supporting him here at this event, so great to see the support from the home rink.
Yeah, watch some of the qualities of Kyrylo skating. Soft knees, knee action throughout, great flow. Watch his triple axel setup, great back outside edge, arms and free leg go back forward into a high triple axel, just beautifully executed. Great speed coming down for the triple Lutz. Look at the knee bends on the landing, absorbing the weight coming down out of the air. There's the triple salto, a little off outside the circle, but manages to hold that because of a stronger upper body. Here's the triple Lutz again. Popped into double Euler into triple salto. So able to react quickly to small little mistakes throughout the program with a nice triple flip, double toe a little bit later on.
Yeah, and if those of you that are new to the Junior Grand Prix, you may have seen in the top left-hand corner of the screen little green, grey and red boxes that transpire through the programs, and that's a reaction to the judges' grades of execution for each of the elements. And for Kyrylo, as you see him do the difficult exit with the turns in this final change foot combination spin, most of the elements, apart from the choreography sequence, were very positive and green in colour, and that's just an indication that technically he's solid. Component scores, they won't be the highest that we've seen. He wants the hug. Oh. Yay!
Yeah, she has not been giving any hugs to any of the athletes, but he did. That was cute.
I wonder if that'll change the way for the hugs.
Interesting description of the box. It sounds so funny we wouldn't talk about in figure skating those terms, green box, red box, but it is now with the system 115.16 for Kyrylo in the pre-program. That's fourth. The total competition score 174.10, and that'll put Kyrylo currently into third place. One skater to come in this category, 6 more in the final group. Well, the final skater in the fourth group, 16-year-old Nikita Kovalenko from Israel, 7th after the short program.
Nikita looked really strong in the 6-minute warm-up, and he will skate to Adagio and Winter.
Well, 16-year-old Nikita Kovalenko from Israel, an athletic skater, needs some work on refinement, but great energy throughout the program, some good attack on the technical elements, and interesting enough, Mark, the choreo sequence is under review, which I've not seen. I don't think I've seen it in the Junior Grand Prix, so I'm wondering if he's missing something in that sequence.
Well, it's an interesting point, and the choreo sequence is new for the juniors this year, and it has to consist of at least 2 different movements, like spirals, arabesques, spread eagles, Ina bars, or hydroglides. And so, that's a tongue twister. So it's maybe that the technical panel didn't see the visibility of 2 different movements like that, and it's something that the ISU put in this year to try to just encourage change and also just a little bit more expression potentially and interest in the choreography.
Yeah, it's just on review right at this moment as the technical panel takes a look at 4 of the elements. So we'll see if anything materializes. That we'll report back as we take a look at some of the opening elements here. Good speed and momentum coming down the ice. Huge triple lutz into a double toe loop. You can see not a lot of flow through it. It's sort of tight landings, but it needs to point the toes, and that's what I meant in regard to the refinement. Certainly the athletic ability is there. The jumps are there as well. The GOEs are, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 in the minus GOEs, so there's an indication the quality needs a little work on the full jumping pass. But certainly, good timing and jump technique on the takeoffs, no problem, great energy. Double axle into a little spread eagle. So some really nice work done there. Lots more to come.
And credit to Nikita, I could see there was a big exhalation maybe a minute from the end of the program, and you could see rather than giving in, there was a definite moment in time where he thought, right, okay, time to really channel my last reserves of energy, and he did that really well for the double axles at the end.
And the choreo sequence has been given 2 thumbs up, so we're all good with that. There was nothing totally missing on that with a plus GOE.
It's 3 points for
3 points.
Yeah, 3 points you didn't want to lose there.
No, for sure. 114.52 for Nikita. That's 5th in the free program for a total competition score of 173.58. And that will put Nikita Kovalenko of Israel currently into 4th. With 1 more group to come, here's a look at your top 5 skaters so far. 6 yet to perform. Mark, what's up on the video schedule for this ice resurfacing?
So today we head again to the Up Again stories, which is a fascinating insight into some of the challenges that the athletes on the ice have faced. And this time we'll look at the speed skater Elise Christie. Stay tuned to see some of her triumphs and tragedies and how she's got back up again. And then we look to the winner from last week's competition in Ostrava in this men's competition, and it'll be Nozomu Yoshioka. And we spoke to him after he was awarded the gold medal in the Czech Republic. And finally, we head to one of the International Skating Union Elements Explained series with the choreography sequence in China. So stay tuned and then join us for the final group in the men's free skate.
My name's Elise Christie, and this is my Up Again message to my younger self.
Dear Elise, you'll receive this message after receiving death threats from fans after colliding with one of their skaters at the 2014 Olympics.
That's when my anxiety started. I remember just being really alone and really scared. I'd have panic attacks while I was skating. I ended up clinically depressed. Now the Pyeongchang season, everything just went wrong. Only thing I could think about was it was over, you know? I just went numb for a while. I had sacrificed so much for it. I reached the moment where I couldn't cope. And then 30 seconds later, I just remember being like, I don't want to die. That woke me up. I actually learned to love racing again. From that moment, I went to Europeans and won medals, and I enjoyed it more. But, you know, I believe that it's all happened for a reason. I've become like a face of mental health. But I chose to speak out about it because I could help. You know, it could have a massive impact.
So we're here with the winner of the men's event, Nozomu Yoshioka. Huge congratulations. How do you feel after the event?
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
He's very happy about it.
Understandably so, understandably so. And were you inspired last week in Courchevel? We saw your compatriot Shunsuke Nakamura win the title. Did that inspire you here at this event?
先週クーシュベルで中村俊介君が優勝しましたけど、それがインスパイアされましたか？
Yes。日本チームがすごく良い結果だったんで、自分もそのいい結果出せるようにしないとなと思いました。
Japanese team did very well, so I tried to do my best as well.
And that you did. And you come from a skating nation who has first and second place at the senior world championships with Shoma Uno and Yuma Kageyama. You come from an amazing nation of skaters. Are there any particular inspirations for you?
日本で去年の世界選手権で鍵山選手と宇野選手が1番と2番になりましたけれども、どのような選手が望む君の目標というかインスパイアですか？
デニス・テン選手。
Amazing. Dennis Ten from Kazakhstan. Oh, fantastic. I got that. And so you performed 2 quadruple toe loops in your free skate here. Do you have plans for any more quadruple jumps as the season progresses?
今日2回の4回転を飛びましたけれども、この先それよりももっと増やしていく予定はありますか？
Yes.
And which will be your next event? Do you have another Junior Grand Prix assignment?
この次のジュニアグランプリのアサインメントはありますか？予定はありますか？
ポーランドです。
In Gdansk. Well, thank you so much for your brilliant skating here, and I wish you all the very best of luck for the rest of the season. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Fang Dan from the ICU Beijing Center of Excellence. I'm the ICU Judge and International Singles Technical Controller. Today, we are learning the cross sequence. The cross sequence is a required element for the figure skating in singles figure skating program in all international senior competitions. A cross sequence consists of any kind of movement, like steps, turns, spirals, Arabesques, spread eagles, inner bowers, hydroblading, any jumps with maximum of 2 revolutions, spins. The pattern is not restricted, but the sequence must be clear visible. And if you want to earn the highest points possible during cross sequence, you should have originality and creativity. The elements should match the music and reflect the concept, character of the program. And your performance must be effortless throughout the entire sequence, with good energy, execution, and flow, and demonstrate control of the whole body. Now let's see the skater's demonstration. That's all for today. See you next time. Bye bye.
Welcome back to the Volvo Sports Centre. It is the final group in the men's free skate where the medals likely to be decided, and you can see the scores are close from 2nd through to 6th. Italy's Nikolaj Memola leads with a strong 13-point advantage over the rest of the field. Nikolaj was really glorious in the short programme, and I'm sure, Ted, you enjoyed it as much as I did, and excited to see if he can replicate the success that he had last week when he gained a silver medal in Ostrava.
Yeah, just such a beautiful skater and so much potential as he graduates into senior, or continues to graduate into senior quality competition. Of course, he was at the European Championships last year, had 73.98 in the short program. So 15th overall, so you can see that he's back in juniors this season here on the Junior Grand Prix, but he certainly has senior qualities.
There's a strong men's competition in Italy with Matteo Rizzo and Daniel Grassel, and I think Nikolaj, a good combination of both those skaters. Yes, good technical element score and really good program components as well. We've got some questions today.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, people falling off with these questions, I'm going to have to give them a 2-week rest or a week off and get them, because I'm on my own in Yerevan, so I'm going to need some questions to fill the gap.
We have to rally the troops for Yerevan. So on Instagram, Uno Flips has said, what do you think about removing the step sequence from the junior free program?
Well, you know, I always look forward. I like what I'm seeing right now in the choreo sequence. I like it, and I think it provides a little bit more choreography. I really enjoy the steps as well, because generally speaking, they use that as the impact performance time, if you will, at the end of a program, and it can be very dynamic. But we see it in a different style with the choreo sequence. So, yeah, I think it was a good change, and they'll probably go back and forth, obviously.
Yeah, and as we were touching on with the final skater, the choreographic sequence which has been added to the free skate for the junior men and junior women has to have at least 2 very visible different movements, like the spirals, the spread eagles. And it's interesting that in this event already you're seeing the use of the likes of a hydroglide much more than we have in previous years, and it just gives the skaters a chance to, or well, not just the skaters, but the audience chance to see sustained movement. The step sequences are a wonderful example of the quality of edge work, but the step sequences have such not restrictions, but such criteria for getting a higher level that often there isn't the ability to sustain anything because the skaters have to pack in so much content. So this gives it a different vibe.
And it was one of the criticisms of the system that it didn't allow for the old style, beautiful movements, spirals and spread eagles, and the field moves, if you will. So I think it's a good change, and we'll see where it goes from there.
And I already, thinking back, Ted, about this competition, I'm remembering Dhiyab Aldarmaki, the skater from the United Arab Emirates, who had real novelty in his choreographic sequence. It's still something that I can see in my mind's eye now, as we get to the latter stages of the competition. So it gives all the skaters something to make them memorable.
Yep, good point.
So next, actually this next one is directed to me, oh dear. So on Twitter, Zach_9, to Mark, do you find it easier or harder to commentate on skaters that you know well or have worked with? And that's an interesting one. There were some occasions when I would have choreographed for the skaters and then I have to commentate on them, and I just take a leaf out of the book of the wonderful commentator Sandra Bezic, who not only was she wonderful as a commentator, but she was responsible for choreography for so many of great skaters. She was behind the creation of Tara Lipinski's Olympic winning programs in '98, and so many, Kurt Browning, so many other brilliant skaters. So she managed to tread that line of not showing bias and showing objective critique to everybody. She was really amazing.
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
You just got to keep it balanced, and even so, you're from Great Britain, I'm from Canada. When our skaters come on the ice, I just see them as a skater like anyone else, and you'll celebrate their successes and victories, and you'll support, the challenging performances as well. So, of course, you can really hope for all skaters and just let it be what it's going to be.
I suppose it's a bit like you were talking about, Ted, that sometimes the skaters that have the most challenges, that maybe little less natural skaters in their skating career, sometimes they go on to be the better coaches because they've had to work through the learning and understanding of the elements. And I don't know, for me with the commentary, I think because for me skating in Britain, it's not as readily accessible or as easy to get the time and various challenges. I think the challenges that you're faced with as a skater help to get you to better represent and understand the challenges that those that were watching go through.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember we talked about it a little bit, but your own skating career, and it was a real struggle for me early on because I wasn't a natural skater. I was playing basketball and rugby and all those types of things. So I remember how hard it was psychologically thinking like others could do it and I couldn't until I discovered that I could. And so watching these young juniors, particularly the skaters from non-skating nations, struggle a little bit, I can totally identify with it. So it's a little easier to sort of be supportive and understanding of the challenges they're going through.
Completely.
And here we go. The final group of men, the battle for the podium. That's for personal bests as well, of course.
First skater shares the same coach as the previous American skater, but now Kirk, who's skated for the States already, is now there on the cheer team for Robert.
Yeah.
17
years old, first unit Grand Prix season, skating first in the final group, sixth after the short.
And Robert will skate to the Age of Heroes.
From the United States, 17-year-old Robert Yampolsky skating to Ages of Heroes by Halasi. Very strong performance, seems to effortlessly accelerate and keep speed and flow throughout the program. Mark, with such soft knees as well.
Yeah, this is an incredibly well-rounded skater. I was just so conscious, as you say, about the soft knees. Whenever he took an outside three-turn, the pull of the edge, the increase of speed through the knee action was really visible, and that's something that judges will really reward for the skating skills. And also a program constructed with back-loaded jumps, did both of the more difficult triple lutzes in the latter stages of the program, but didn't lose energy. I thought partway through, Teddy did 2 spins back-to-back and then a strong choreography sequence, and I thought, how is he going to manage to maintain his speed and flow with so much energy output already committed? And he did just that.
When you talk about effortless speed and flow and acceleration throughout the program, it just doesn't look like he's working hard to get it. It just looks like it is always there, and that's such a nice quality. Here's the triple axel on a big lean, on a pretty big lean, and has to slip off that edge on the landing.
And he popped the triple axel on the short program, so he was desperate, I'm sure, to get the second one out.
And he managed to hang on and then up into the double toe loop as he brings that speed and flow down the ice into the triple lutz.
Spins were good as well. That's
speed. Loop, actually.
Speed, so
yeah,
impressive.
Great speed.
And then this difficult exit, you can see the counter and the illusion. That really impressive for the feature at the end. And this is the heading into the choreography sequence and keeping flow. See the three-turn, see the acceleration there as he goes into the hydroglide, and that's just well taught, good skating skills. And he's coach, as I say, same coach as Kirk Haugeto, the other American skater who's already competed, so well done to him. Difficult combination, triple loops, Euler, triple flip.
A really nice job by both American skaters. And we saw a little earlier, just bags of personality, and this young man has great athleticism, great ice coverage, skating skills. 131.62 for the free program. That's first so far in the competition. 5 skaters to come for total competition score close to 200. 196.67 as Robert Yapolsky, the United States, takes over the lead. Well, you can see Makar Suntsev of Finland, 18 years old. Tatiana Lebedeva, his coach. First Junior Grand Prix season, second Junior Grand Prix event, 11th in week 1 in Courchevel, 124.87. His personal best in the free program. He needs a 129.57 to take the lead.
And Makar's free skate, choreographed by Benoit Richaud, is of a story of a robot that wants to become a human, but can't.
Such an interesting program, Mark. Love the story about the robot wanting to become human. I wish we had more storylines like that in skating and could tell them before the audience sees the program.
Absolutely, and that's where many of the skaters will employ the work of a choreographer, and the good choreographer giving context and story to facilitate the skaters' better presentation, their better expressiveness. And now we don't reference choreography, we reference composition, and the composition this by Benoit Richaud really good.
I had to wonder, or I was thinking during the program, I wondered if storytelling, which clearly he was trying to do through the choreography, early on in the season takes away from technical concentration. It's not a criticism, it's just an analysis that when you're deeper in performance and deeper in telling the story, I wonder it's more difficult, of course, to perform everything equally at the highest level early on in the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's again, as you said, the time division of education of the athlete. As you see this good triple lutz, triple toe, and good technique. There wasn't a triple axel here though for Makar, and that's something that he's capable of in practice, not delivered here, but maybe an executive decision by he and his mom as coach, knowing that a clean skate here would be really beneficial after the disappointment of the free skate in Courchevel, as we see such flow into the Salchow Euler Salchow. That was really good GOE, but then stepping out here just forces it to go negative.
And you can see the development of this young skater in the season so far, the growth of the program, and getting a little bit more consistent technically, and he'll put the triple axel in, I'm sure, later in the season. So there's a process. You cannot be all things to all people all at the same time. It's a process that happens and develops throughout the season.
Absolutely, and this clean skate providing a good framework for Makar, who will then go on to compete at the prestigious Nebelhorn Trophy in Oberstdorf as a senior. So he's going to use this as a platform. As you see, there's the finish position, which multi-dimensional movements. That's one of the criteria for the judges, and that finish position just a final signal to the judges that he wants a better composition component.
Well, let's take a look at the scores for the free program for Makar. Season's best, 121.92. That's second in the free program. Progress made here in Riga with a 189.03 total score for the competition as he takes over second place at this point in the competition. And there are 4 skaters to come.
I love how his mom shakes his hand first as the coach, and then she gives him a hug.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Here you go. And now, okay, son.
Yeah, good job.
Well, the next skater comes from Kazakhstan, Rakhat Bralin, 18 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, 5th of the Bavarian Open in 2022, 117.52, his personal best in the free, 4th after the short.
And expect more brilliant skating skills as Rakhat skates to dark, dramatic.
18-year-old Rakhat Bralin from Kazakhstan. Mark, I'm not sure whether you caught on the replay that great cover-up on the triple Salchow, turning the three-turn out of the landing, but making it into a choreographic move. I thought it was brilliant, and you had called it a cover-up before, so I wanted to remember that. Loved the freedom of his skating skills, and was a natural jumper.
Yeah, really interesting. I loved Rakhat's short program. He's got, as you say, great skating skills. It's going to be really interesting to see how the judges review it, because for me, the skating skills, the amount of flow, the amount of glide, those are the buzzwords. That's the criteria. That's what judges are looking for. Looking to see if there is power and speed, and he had that in abundance. For me, if you look at it in the program component scores, the composition of this was much simpler, and there wasn't. I think it's because we knew Makar's story. I knew Makar's story. I wasn't sensing that same connection with the music and storytelling. But again, maybe because job needed to be done, a clean skate needed to be delivered for Rakhat, and that's what he did.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think it was a more simplistic program. You didn't see a lot of transitions between the elements, some pretty basic. You can watch him here just sort of doing a mohawk and gliding into that double axel. There's a lot of basic skating between elements, so you didn't see many transitions throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I love the right back outside edge. All of the landings had the most glorious running right back outside edge. You get to see here, whoosh, gorgeous flow and glide. But this was his choreo sequence, and just look, if I caught it properly, you can just see relatively simple back 3-turn, 2-foot glide, easy cross, not the multi-dimensional movement, a straight edge.
No.
So it's just a little simpler, which is fine, absolutely fine, but then that would be a reason for the judges to maybe go lower in the composition of the program. But nevertheless,
I just felt it was a little bit empty with what he's capable of doing, and certainly focusing on getting the jumps done and earning those points. But this young man has a lot of skill and much more to fill out in the program, and I'm sure we'll see that as the year progresses. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Rakhat Bralin from Kazakhstan. 130.72. That's second in the free program with a total competition score 199.38. But that will take him into first place. 3 skaters to come. Will he make the podium? We'll find out in just a few moments. Rio Nakata from Japan, 14 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season. He finds himself in third place in his first Junior Grand Prix event.
And Rio will skate to Blunt Instrument and Writings on the Wall.
Well, 14-year-old Rio Nakata of Japan with a head nod at the end of the program, happy with that performance here in the Junior Grand Prix, standing third after the short program. And I find, just a very talented young man. You can see he's got great energy and great speed across the ice and whatnot. Didn't find that the choreography really connected with the music. And, still quite juniorish in that area. That's not to be critical, it's to be analytical. He's small enough now to be very quick and agile as he grows. Technique on some of the elements might be a little bit more challenging, but full of talent. And, of course, great skating nation with lots of great coaches as well. So much more to come from this young man.
Absolutely. And another skater who celebrated their birthday this week, 14, on the day of the short program 2 days ago. And as you say, you can see the development. And I just found it fascinating to see the couple of moments, the landing the triple axel and within the triple toe, where I could see the not necessarily the influence of the former champion Japanese skaters, but a snapshot into the same movement. I presume he's had similar coaching, if not the same coaching, because for me, there's a landing on this axle where I just saw Shoma Uno. Let's see. There's just something about his head movement here and his body there that just had Shoma Uno, and then this triple toe. I just could see Midori Ito, Japanese world champion in the late 80s and early 90s. Something about the action.
Yeah, well, the open hip on the landing of the first one and then launching into the second one. I totally see what you were saying. Absolutely. There's the triple flip. Certainly has lots of athletic ability, speed, and aggressiveness throughout the program. Got a little wild on that double axel, the double salchow, but able to handle it for sure. Triple loop up into the double axel.
And Rio won the novice men's championship in October 21 last year and then invited to the junior ranks, and I'm sure the Japanese Skating Federation will have their eyes on young Rio Nakata as a future star, just like the lineage of other amazing male Japanese skaters leading the world at the minute, like Shoma Uno and Yuma Kagiyama in the senior ranks.
Lots of development yet to still come with this young man, but we watch Japanese skaters develop over the years so nicely that no matter where they start, they continue to improve throughout their career, and I'm sure we'll see that here with Rio as well. The free program scores for Rio Nakata of Japan, 131.26. That's second in the free program. Total competition score, 200.17. There it is. He medals. He makes it. Breaks that 200 mark, and you can see emotionally consumed right now with that achievement. Congratulations to Rio Nakata of Japan. A beautiful moment. Tears of joy, no question.
Next to skate, representing Japan, Tsudoi Suto.
Tsudoi Suto, second of the short program. Well, you can see a little bit of the disappointment on Tsudoi Suto of Japan's face at the end of that program. Lots of mistakes. There are 7 elements under review, so the technical panel taking a detailed look at some of the landings and some of the spins. And you have to wonder, will he have enough points to stay on the podium? Rakhat Bralin of Kazakhstan currently sitting second with a 199.38. We'll find out in just a few moments.
Yeah, it's so sad. And we've seen now in the third event of the Junior Grand Prix such mesmeric and consistent skating from the Japanese skaters, and it does make me as a spectator become complacent in assuming that that's just standard procedure, but we can't disguise that this is incredibly difficult under incredible amounts of pressure, and unfortunately for Tsudoi, wasn't able to deliver an issue on the replay. So just seeing the last section of the program, and that in itself, although just a transitional moment of content, you can see beautiful style, good flow, good glide, but unfortunately when there are so many mistakes in the elements, it's very difficult then to allow the judges to do much with what was offered.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, you brought this up several times, that the pressure that the Japanese feel in wanting to medal because their colleagues before and the other Junior Grand Prix have done extremely well, and you could see the joy in Rio Nakata of Japan when he saw that he had medaled. Did the pressure come on to this young man, so much so that he lost his concentration a little bit? You can see the distress a little bit on his face.
But how polite, how acknowledging and thanking the young flower girl when I'm sure inside he's desperately frustrated. He shares the same coach as Rio Nakata, so he may have sensed and felt that the younger teammate had a good day at the rink, and just, it pains me at this point to see the upset on the skater, but there's no doubt this young man has all of the prerequisite requirements to be a success.
Yeah, he just looked to want the program, or to wish the program was going to happen, and rushed the timing of things. And then once one mistake happened into 2 mistakes, into 3 mistakes, it just lost control of the program. And that's just an awful feeling when you're such a good skater, to lose control, which you rarely do in practice session. But this will be a lesson learned, and I'm most certain this young man will perform much better as the season progresses. Free program score 113.66. That's 10th in the free program. That is significantly lower, with a 183.30, 5th overall in the program. And this young man loses the medal position, and still feel very badly for him and wish him the best of luck in the rest of the season. You're a good skater. And we saw Rakhat move into second place so far with 1 skater to come, so he has guaranteed himself a medal here in Riga. For the final skater of this competition, the leader after the short program, Nikkolaj Memola of Italy. Qualities 142.55, earning that in Ostrava last week in the free program.
Nikolaj using Samson and Delilah for his free skate.
Well, you saw on the upper left-hand part of the screen the technical score, 13 points in the lead at the conclusion of this program. Beautiful components, I'm most certain as well. Looking at the champion, I believe, here in Riga. We'll find out in just a few moments. Beautiful performance, a couple of little mistakes here or there, Mark, but overall, wonderful quality.
Absolutely, and Nikolaj acknowledging that it is indeed difficult to skate in back-to-back events, but how interesting to see that whilst he will not have had the training time to improve his fitness levels, the confidence of a silver medal in Ostrava last week fueling him to better scores here, and you could see him systematically ticking off element by element as he's greeted, I think it's his mother as well as coach, and it was a very considered program throughout, and it wasn't till the end when you could really see a glimpse into the epic skating skills that he has. In practice this week, he has been just a delight to watch as he covers the ice with such good flow.
I think there's so much more to come from this young man. We'll see him explore different program themes, if you will, but the skating skills, the basics of everything are right there. There's a beautiful double axel just to set this tone, if you will, and then whips off the triple axel into an Euler, into a triple Salchow, second element in. There's a choreographic move covering up that little step out. Yeah, there you go. The cover up. Yeah, nicely done.
And you can see at this stage in the program, shorter back crossovers, not covering this as much because the legs will be burning at this stage, but relying on such good technique to manage the triple axel with just a double three-turn exit.
He's a natural jumper off the ice and good air position, quick, strong, straight, and tight in the air. You see that triple flip up and a double axel.
I thought there was a smile on the landing of that, and he knew then he could release and start to show some expression. You can see him, and beyond this, you can't hear it obviously, but there were 3 leaps that I so enjoyed in Ostrava, which were musically phrased here. Split jump on music, another falling leaf on music, and another stag jump on music, and that was just right in front of the judges, forcing them as he comes to the conclusion of his program to give big presentation scores.
Well, just needs a 1:17.14 to take the title. Of course, he has a 1:42.72 season's best. That's first, obviously, the free program with a total competition score of 225.76. Sideways nod of approval for that score. And that placement, first and second, he'll find himself in Torino, Junior Grand Prix final. So look at your top 5 finishers in the men's free program.
Our Italian production team delighted to see an Italian winner in the men's event. As you see the standings, disappointment for Tsudoi Suto, who falls out of medal contention, but delight for Rakhat Bralin, who scoops a bronze medal here as we see the results further down. That concludes the men's free skate, and the final competition will follow. So short break, and then join us for the free dance.